We are coming to you from Arlington, Texas, where tonight Comcast Sportsnet presents White Sox baseball. So Jose Abreu, Todd Frazier, Brett Laurie, and our Sox as they get set to butt heads with Jeff Bannister's tough Texas Rangers. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this 3-game series and Game 2 of this 6-game road trip. We'll have 3 here, finish it off with 3 in New York. So the Sox last night got a big lift from Miguel Gonzalez going out there, doing a good job, but also was a good ball game. Got to the 12th inning, and then Todd Frazier once again.
It was Todd Frazier night. He had the biggest night of his career RBI-wise. Let's take a look at some of it. Show you the first home run. He made it 2-0 at the time. Things looked well in hand because Gonzalez was throwing awfully well. Then this run batted in. Austin Jackson scoring. That made it 3-1. And again, things looked pretty well. But to the 12th, a grand slam home run, the 3rd of his career. The 6 runs batted in, the career best. Just a wonderful night at 4 for 6 for Frazier. And when you come to a new ball club, you certainly want to show them that you can drive in some runs. Well, he's #1 in the league going to a new ball club. 27 driven in, then it's Zobrist, Trumbo, Carter, and Napoli. But Todd Frazier, leading in a whole lot of things, is leading the way in runs batted in.
Well, they also kept some streaks alive last evening.
They did indeed, and one of the streaks is they've beaten the Texas Rangers 6 straight times. And we'll take a look at some of the other streaks. Airless games, well, they played 8 of them. The wins versus Texas, we told you about, scoring 4+ runs, 18-0. Leading after 6, 17-0. Leading after 7, 20-0. And leading after 8, 19-0. That streak in jeopardy last night, but the offense came back and put it away.
Well, the Sox trying for their 10th win against the American League West. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
White Sox baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Audi. Truth in engineering. And by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV.
Welcome back to Globe Life Park. A lot of weather in the area. Some storms due in, but right now, no storms, and there will be baseball. And let's take a look at how Robin is going to line them up tonight. Adam Eaton leading it off, knocking on the door 300 with Jimmy Rollins in 2 spot. Then it's Jose Abreu, Todd Frazier, Melky Cabrera, followed by Brett Laurie, Eliseo Garcia, who's been hitting it very well. Deanna Navarro and Austin Jackson rounded out the defense, and now they'll line up behind Derek Holland left to right, Ian Desmond, Delino DeShields, and Drew Stubbs in the outfield. Then it's Beltre, Andrews, Odor, and Ryan Rua at first base. Ryan Holiday behind the plate, and our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher is Derek Holland. He's 3-2 this year. ERA up there at 5.40. A few more hits than innings pitched. Overall, he's not really a strikeout pitcher anymore. The umpires for the game tonight: Manny Gonzalez behind the plate. Ben May is at first. Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, at second, and Laz Diaz is at third. So the Sox come in 6 games up in the Central and looking for more against a team they've beaten 6 times in a row. This is going to be a very good Ranger team. The Sox are hoping to play 2 more against them, take advantage of them before everybody gets healthy and this team gets back together again. So they've thrown the ball around the infield, and that means we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to throw it to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And once again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here on Comcast Sportsnet. So happy you could join us for game 2 of this series. And game 2 of this 6-game road trip. We'll have Thursday off and then finish it off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's going to be Chris Sale, Jose Quintana, and Miguel Gonzalez going against the Yankees. Before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours as Adam Meaton gets set to lead it off. There are his numbers. He was 2 for 5 last evening. And he starts it off in fine fashion, a little soft single in the left field.
First ball fastball, doesn't get a whole lot of it, but he got enough to ease it by Andrews at shortstop into left field. He started off last night's ball game. He scored a run after he tripled and driven in by Jimmy Rollins.
And here's Jimmy, 1 for 6 in last night's game. He's the only guy in our lineup tonight has not faced Holland. There's a strike. Holland, 29 years old, out of Irving, Texas.
He's been hurt the better part of the last couple of years. 2 years ago, he tripped over his dog and got hurt and was on the shelf for quite some time.
Quickly 0-2 the count. Outfield straight up, and here at the ballpark, 354 down the left field line, 325 down the right field line, 377 in right center, 380 in left center, and 404 dead away center.
In 2011, before he had the injuries, he was 16-5 that year. He had 4 shutouts. He was throwing hard. He was getting that fastball up to 95, occasionally 96, and he had a hard slider. There you look at the numbers overall. The win-loss record, pretty impressive. The ERA maybe a little higher than he would like. It's probably a product of this park as much as anything else.
Well, the first few times that we saw him, for the first 4 or 5 innings, he was really tough.
He threw it well. He threw it hard, and he used the hard slider. Now he's using more of a slurvy breaking ball. It's a little slower than the one he used to throw.
That ball hit in the left center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. But now Adam fell down, and they're going to get him in the pickle. So Jimmy going into second base. Now the ball gets away, but no advance by Rollins. That's unfortunate. Adam made a hard turn around second and then could not stay on his feet.
He thought for a moment he could go to third base, but Desmond throws very well, and then with his feet going out from under him, he gets in a rundown that he's not going to get out of, especially with Jimmy Rollins heading towards second. So The ball gets away slightly. No advancement, but 2 hits and only 1 base runner.
So 7-4-5 if you're scoring along with us, which many fans do.
Good way to stay in the ball game and understand what guys have done early, and some guys adjust and do something different later on.
Here's Abreu. Takes way low, ball 1. And we got some weather in the area. We're probably going to see some of that shortly. There is a severe thunderstorm warning up until 10 o'clock.
And you can see by the flags above the scoreboard that it is really howling out there.
There's a good strike. I've been coming here for a long time, and I've very seldom been to Dallas or Arlington when it wasn't windy.
And when the rain does come, it's not a gentle dropping of rain.
No, it's the Cow and Flat Rock.
It just explodes. Well, it probably helps when you use a pickoff play if somebody is standing at second, and Odor was not. So he kept it out of center field. That was the good part. No chance at all to get Rollins, however. So Holland turns around, and Odor didn't get the message.
That's up high. Abreu was 0 for 5 last night, so he's due. Comes in with .242 average, 5 homers, and 21 knocked in. That is high, and that is a souvenir. We saw a foul ball down the right field line last night. It was well into the seats, and it brought it back into play.
Well, the wind usually swirls here, and even though the flags say that it's blowing straight in from right field or across to the left field line, it actually comes in, hits the stand, swirls around, and heads back out to right center field. That's what blew it into foul territory, but in play for Adam Eaton, who made a good play on it.
That's what one dog, Lance Johnson, used to say when he was playing center field for us. And there's a shot in the hole. There's a high throw. Can't get him. So that'll be a base hit. First 3 men with base hits, and yet we got men on first and second, 1 out.
Andrews does a nice job here. But the throw is high, pulling Rua off the bag. Missed him on a swipe tag, and 3 singles.
So here's Frazier. Tied 4 for 6 last night with those 2 homers and 6 knocked in. The career high in ribbies for him. He has 10 homers and 27 driven in.
In the 12th, Ramos on the mound, throws him a soft breaking ball, and he hits it out. 3rd grand slam of his career, propelling the club to a 4-run lead and the win.
Watch out. That ball is thrown away. So both runners will advance. You know, we probably will lose Frazier, but we'll see how Jeff Bannister wants to play it.
Second time he's thrown to second base, and this one pretty much like a lawn dart.
And by the way, on that base hit and infield single by Abreu, that's a good play by Rollins. He quickly recognized the only play that Andrus was going to have probably to get an out was him at third base if he had decided to go there. One and one to count. And that double play last night in the 10th inning where Brett Laurie went to Rollins to turn the double play instead of coming home to get the runner. They had talked about it before the ball was hit. That's the reason that Jimmy Rollins had no problems covering. He said, I'll be there.
Well, Robin talking about that play at first, they set up about halfway and realizing on a chopper game's over. So they moved him in somewhat, and it was up to the discretion of the infielder if he thought they could get two. Brett did, and they got out of the inning.
It's a play you very seldom see. That's at the bottom of the zone. So 2-2. That gets by him. So Odor. Rollins will score. It's 1-0, and that'll be the 28th RBI for Todd Frazier. All right, so let's check out our picks to click. There you see Adam Eaton and the crew, Austin Jackson and Steve, and Mike Spadali. And Akil, Leo Brady, and we're going to go with Javi Garcia.
Odor on that play looked at home, thought he might have had a shot, but he wisely went to first base.
Melky. But we get on the board, and after having any plays, our guys wanting their guys coming to bat.
Jeff Bannister is going to line up his Rangers tonight. It's DeShields, Odor, and Beltre at the top, with Ian Desmond, who's had a good run against our Sox. Prince fielder Ryan Rua in the middle. That's Andrus, Holiday, and Stubbs rounding it out. The defense and how they'll line up behind Carlos Rodon, Melky Cabrera, Austin Jackson, Adam Eaton in the outfield. It's Todd Frazier, Jimmy Rollins, Brett Laurie, and Jose Abreu in the infield, with Deanna Navarro getting the nod behind the plate. And our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is Carlos Rodon. 1-4 this year is ERA. A little bit over 4. And 33 strikeouts in 33 innings.
So here's DeShields. 23-year-old center fielder, hitting at .216, a couple of homers he's driven in 8. Takes first pitch strike. Rangers come in hitting at .255 as a club. We're hitting at .249 as a team. That's a base hit. Texas with a 4.00 team ERA. Sox with a 2.79.
Texas team can swing the bat, especially dangerous in this ballpark. They're 4th in the league offensively.
And here is Odor. 2 for 6 with a homer last night. In that 3-game sweep they had of the Tigers, Odor was 7 for 15 with 2 home runs.
Last 10, he's been hitting just about every high fastball thrown to him, and hitting it out of the park and driving in runs.
He's definitely the hot bat in this lineup right now.
They work with him on his defense. That was the one problem at second base. Now he's smoothed it out considerably, making double plays. This Texas team will turn a lot of double plays. They did last year. They're doing it again this year.
Two and one. Three and one. And that's back through the middle. So DeShields now will make the turn. Runners at the corners and nobody out.
This one right down the middle, and Odor takes it right back up the middle. Good base running by DeShields. And there's some problems. He'll gladly give up the run for the double play if he can get Beltre to hit it on the ground.
He was 3 for 6 last night. Comes in at 282, 5 homers and 22 driven in. Excuse me, make that 2 for 4 last night as he was taken down and Stubbs came in and replaced his slot.
Bannister did last night left him a little short offensively. That is, both Beltre and Fielder leaving for pinch runners. So Bannister thought he could win it. He didn't, and then it rolled around to their spots in the batting order, and the Thunder was gone.
High in the center field. That wind. Ball is now dropped. That wind is absolutely playing tricks with that ball, and this game is tied at 1.
Very tough play for Rollins. Probably should have been handled by Jackson. I just don't think that he saw it very well. It's not quite evening here in Arlington, and sometimes you have trouble. Tough play for Jimmy Rollins, and he couldn't make it.
So they give him a base hit. Well, here's where the outfielders have really got to be on their toes. Anything in that vicinity, they have got to take charge and got to make that play. Here's Desmond. Last year with Washington, hit 19 homers and drove in 62.
One adjustment to the lineup is Desmond hitting between Beltre and Fielder.
Carl's going to have to start getting ahead of some hitters. good start. Rack them up. 2 down.
You can get by the lefty and get out of this inning with just a 1 run. Consider it a job well done. Prince has really struggled this year after a pretty big year last year.
Last year, 23 homers and drove in 98.
Last night when Sox pitchers got the ball inside under his hands, he didn't do much. One time they got the ball away, he took it right back up the middle for a base hit.
Well, that's been the one spot Prince has never been able to cover. That's where everybody has tried in his career to throw it underneath his hands or the breaking ball down and wait to get him to chase it. But when they missed, he tattooed it.
And this park is made to order for him.
Three and 1. Ryan Rua on deck. So a lot of pitches being thrown right here in the first inning.
Rua came in as a pinch runner in the ball game last night, and he struck out as the second out of the 12th inning.
Well, in his short time in the big leagues, he's a 250 career hitter, and that's what he's hitting this year. Now go up a little bit, and they take a 2-1 lead.
Third run batted in for Ryan Rua. Fourth hit of the inning, second run, as he goes right back up the middle.
That'll bring up the shortstop, Elvis Andrus. Elvis hitting at 290, no homers, and he has 14 ribbies. On the outside corner.
It's number 22 forthcoming on a very warm, very humid night in Arlington, Texas.
That's in the right field. Not high enough to give Adam a whole bunch of problems, but with everything that went on that inning, they score a pair and they lead it 2-1.
one very tough start this year. Carlos Rodon, it was April 18th. He lasted a third of an inning. 5 runs on 6 hits for Derek Holland last time out against Toronto. 11 runs, 11 hits in 2 2/3. That is a very tough outing.
Well, in years past, if there was an impending weather situation and we were trading, we'd say, come on, rain. But not now with this ball club. Rain, rain, go away.
The groundskeeper met with Jeff Nelson between innings. One of the things he told him was, among other things, a lightning strike alert has been issued for the next few minutes.
We're going to get some. I mean, unless it changes. Of course, anything can happen with this wind the way it is. Brett hitting at .271, 4 homers. He's driven in 12. Also has 8 doubles.
Had to drop a slow hook on him, and that one missed inside.
One out.
Northwest Indiana Sox fans, your night Friday, May 20th, when the Sox take on the Royals. The White Sox are offering specially priced tickets to all Indiana residents, their family, and their friends. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/NWI Sox fans.
So here's Avi. Avi on a 10-game hitting streak. He was 3 for 6 last night and hit it hard 5 times.
Early in Holland's career, when he was very effective, he used a straight change. He used it a lot. Lately, he just hasn't had a good feeling for it, and he'll just throw a handful during the course of this game. There you look at the career numbers. In 4 starts, Eric Holland has never beaten the Sox, and the ERA is just under 7. Changes eye levels. You see where Holliday wants it, and that's exactly where Holland throws it.
Here's Navarro. Downer hitting at .222, a couple of homers. He's driven in 12, and he's had pretty good success against Holland. As there's a curveball strike. He's 3 for 5. The 3 hits, one of them stayed in the park. Oh, 2.
2 pitches in essentially the same spot. Last 13, Downer's been hitting it well from both sides of the plate.
Now field straight up, spread out a bit, spaced about equidistant.
Rangers got Holiday from the Tigers. That was just about the end of spring training, March 29th, in a 3-player deal.
He's always played well against us. A couple of years ago, beat us in 2 ball games.
They had a couple of good partial years with Detroit.
All right, pop up, everybody converging. And that'll retire the side. We'll go to the bottom of the second. We trail it 2-1. CSN Chicago for a taping of Beer Money, the trivia show that tests your sports knowledge in exchange for cash. Now, Kelly Crawl hosts this Thursday at 5 at the Ogden in Chicago. Beer Money presented by Coors Light.
Once again, the groundskeeper has met with Jeff Nelson. And there is some lightning in the area. We saw a couple of flashes of that. A few of the fans actually headed back behind the stands. A lot of them stayed in their seats. Not too crowded in the upper deck tonight.
Now we had 22,958 last evening. They're averaging 31,379. So here's Holiday. Takes first pitch strike.
That was good backdoor breaking ball as he shaved off the outside corner. Holiday not off to a very good start this year.
Bit of a gap out there in left center field.
It helped Carlos to have a pretty short inning pitch wise. He piled them up in the first inning. He's about to deliver his 27th.
That's softly hit.
This ball's on the inside part of the plate. Holiday gets it off the end of the bat, drops it in front of Melky. That's the 4th single, the 5th single in 1+ innings.
So here's Stubbs. He was 1 for 2 last night.
John Daniels, the GM, did a pretty good job bringing in some pieces that seem to fit on this ball club. They got Stubbs late. as a minor league free agent late in February of this year. And what he gives him is a defensive replacement in center field for late in the games, and gives him a man who can steal a base.
Two and one the count to the veteran outfielder. The ball line right at it. That's a hang woofum for Stubbs.
Sox fans, join us as we welcome back White Sox greats on homecoming weekend, Friday, May 20th to Sunday, May 22nd, when the Sox battle the Royals. Homecoming weekend is presented by the Village of Bedford Park. Bring your business home to Bedford Park and win big. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com.
Well, there is a big black cloud right over the stadium now. So here's DeShields. Tries to bunt it. They signaled and scored last inning.
It's always a good idea to push bunt up the right side with a left-hander on the mound, because normally they all fall off to the third base side. If Abreu has to field it, there's no way that Laurie can beat DeShields to the bag at first.
Look at that.
A lot of lightning in that cloud, but so far no rain.
Watch out. One on, one out, one ball, one strike. Check that. 2 strikes. He gone. 2 down.
You got him looking at an inside, looks like a slider, and although the dot showed up maybe off the corner, that ball swept across the plate in the strike zone when it crossed the plate.
Odor single sharply back through the middle.
That was a slider that hung in the middle of the plate. Unfortunately, Odor, who's been hitting just about everything else, missed that one. A lot of fastballs, a lot of sliders, not many changes. That's really what separated Chris Sale when he became a starting pitcher. He came up out of the bullpen, you might remember that, and then moved to the starting rotation. But he had an accomplished changeup when he became a starter, something that for Carlos has been a work in progress.
So 2 on, 2 out.
Heads up play executed perfectly, and no chance at all for Frazier, who was back and well off the line.
That'll bring up Adrian Beltre. You know, high pop up. Almost like that one, except to the left center field side. But that'll retire the side. Come up with a couple more hits. They now have 6 hits, and they lead it 2-1. ominous.
I think they're worried about that. I also know they're worried about lightning because there's been a number of flashes around the ballpark. So fans now with an opportunity to leave their seats as we wait to see the resolution of this delay and see just when the rain is going to get here. So far, nary a drop.
No, but I think because of the lightning, if you're going to err, you have to err on the side of caution.
Absolutely.
That stuff. We've had some players in the past that all they had to do was see one or hear one lightning strike, and they were out of it. Willie Tasby, an outfielder. One strike, and that was it. He gone.
Well, it's tough to play with one less defender.
Well, unfortunately, that's in Orlando, where we live in the winter. They call that the lightning capital of the South. And there are quite a few deaths by lightning.
I think, and wisely so, we're seeing a whole lot of the crowd now start to retreat, getting some protection against what is in the area. It depends on when it decides to let go.
All right, we want to remind you this weather delay is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing. So a good job by the grounds crew to get it out in a hurry and get it covering the field in a hurry. And also, we'd like to welcome all of our viewers watching on MediaCom. So we're into the top of the third inning. We trail it 2-1. We had a run in the top of the first. They came right back with 2 in the bottom of the first. If you're just joining us, and this is after that 12-inning affair last night. Grand slam home run by Todd Frazier in a game which he hit 2 and drove in 6, a new career high for him. Sox won that 8-4. So the Sox now have beaten Texas the only 4 games we played them this year, and the last 2 from last season. But the Sox have never swept the Rangers in a SID for the series in their franchise history.
Good chance in this one if Mother Nature will take this away. The wind is really whipping up. You saw the boys from the bullpen into the dugout, and now with the mascot retreating, explaining to the grounds crew how to do it and nail down that tarp. The rain has started.
All right, Robin Ventura's got his club with a 23-10 mark coming into tonight's game. That's the best mark in the American League and second best in all of baseball. And he had a press conference, which he does before each and every game. And here was his press conference before tonight's contest.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is a great night, and I think it's just something that when you create positive vibes about going to the plate and thinking you're going to do something, that's the one thing that he is great at. He's continued to come in here with confidence. He can get frustrated, but as far as confidence, he doesn't lack that, and I think that's the thing that carries him over, even though it hasn't been the numbers that he wants so far. It's going to happen, and that's what happens when you continue to stay consistent with his confidence.
He downplayed at first the change in the leagues a little bit, but today he said, yeah, maybe there's something to it. There's a lot of different pitchers before. Do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, that could be for anybody, and it could go either way. It could be really good for you, or it could be a little more difficult. And I think for him, it might be a little more difficult just trying to, figure out things, because he's pretty good and cagey about pitchers and maybe what they're trying to do to him. And when you see new guys, you're not as familiar with it, so that can be an issue. But it's not something that's going to be a long-term thing for him. He's going to figure that out, and he's going to be fine.
Do you have pitchers lined up yet for the Yankees?
Yeah. Sale, Quintana, and Gonzalez. Does that sound right? I'm trying to remember how it's written down, but is that? Yeah.
Was Was Gonzalez pitching for us on another spot last night, or did you kind of think that he would anyway? Or
It wasn't like you go out and tell him you're pitching for another opportunity, but yeah, I mean, if he goes out and it doesn't look good, and he's walking guys all over the place, and that would be something that would definitely come up. But for him, you look at he's had 2 tough lineups, both on the road. I think he's done a great job of being able to control that, throw strikes, let the defense work, and the pitchability that he has of being able to keep guys off just the fastball. So I think he earned it.
Last night you mentioned this. You brought Duke in, who one pitch gets Moreland. You mentioned you kind of have that flexibility with the deep bullpen that you have right now. I mean, is it, as a manager, is it easier to manage late in the game? Do you have more options given the depth that you have right now?
Well, we have more options. We're also used to each other. I think everybody that was here last year, you get a consistency of maybe how you're going to use guys. And last night we probably used Dookie a little early, but felt that was an important at bat at that point to be able to get through that inning. And then knowing that you have Alvarez, Jones, and Robertson after that. So it's pretty early for him, but this felt at that time it was necessary. But he's used to that. I mean, I don't think that's anything that really surprises him of how we're going to use him. And early on, we used him kind of one guy at a time. We've also had him go out and get an inning, so it's not that he's just a left-on-left guy.
Is the fact that this bullpen was together last year and they kind of have that familiarity, you have that moment, is that the biggest strength for them right now?
It's one of them. I mean, they can pitch. That's the biggest strength. But I think the familiarity is a big one. They all get along well. They all know the roles. They all are pulling for each other. So that part can only help that they've been together so much. It's a nice thing to have.
Melky is looking for a little more consistent start this year. Have you been happy with what he's done?
Yeah, I think last year was an odd one just with him swinging the bat right-handed. He didn't get off to a good start at all right-handed, but it's been probably one of our most consistent guys right in the lineup. And you get a switch hitter that can put it in play like he can and have the type of bats that he has, can only make your lineup better. It's a deeper lineup when he's in there.
He's still, last year he came out as a leader, I guess.
He is a leader. Not loud all the time, but he has moments of outbursts that are, I think, really good for our team. And, we have a lot of guys that can lead. I think him being here last year, he's more comfortable with that, and it's gotten better.
When he was last year, was more quieter than last year.
It's harder. It's harder when you're struggling to be able to do that. New team. I think that's part of why he hasn't had that issue this year. Is even in spring training, he was very comfortable in spring training. I think as a voice and being able to do that. So that helped a lot.
You're still comfortable with guys trying to bunt with strikes.
Yeah, in that situation you can do it. Knowing that you're trying to get the guy over and just get a guy in scoring position. I know Adam's done it a few times. Sometimes it's good. I think if you're doing that, if you're just doing it to get a hit, it's a little more difficult. You have to be perfect.
All right, Robin Ventura, part of his pregame press conference that he has each and every day. You see that Tark was on the field. We're in the top of the third inning. If you're just tuning in, they lead us 2-1. This is game 2 of this 3-game set and game 2 of this 6-game road trip. We'll have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. So in the meantime, while we sit this thing out for a while, we're going to take you back to our studios in Chicago with a show called Inside Look with Bill Melton.
Wasn't later in my career. That was earlier in my career.
That was before you hurt your arm.
Yeah, it was.
All right, first pitch to Austin Jackson. Taking for a strike, Austin. Big game last night, 3 for 5 with an RBI. Derek Holland. And that ball hit into left field. And it's going to hang up. For Ian Desmond.
Provide your guest with the ultimate all-inclusive White Sox experience in the Home Plate Club or Magellan Scout seats. These 2 premium seating areas are the best way to entertain your most important clients, employees, family, or friends. For more information, call 312-674-1000 or visit whitesox.com/premium seating.
So here's Adam Eaton. Adam starting off the ball game with a soft single into left field.
Adrian Beltre at third believes that he's got a chance to lay it down. Rua at first, still in back of the bag.
And there they shot by Beltre. Even if he had been back, he wouldn't have been able to get that one.
Two for 2 for Adam Eaton. Both in the left field. This one a little better stroke, and he hit the ball harder. Equally as effective.
Here's Jimmy Rollins. He singled back in the first inning. And eventually came around to score our only run thus far.
Sox base runners have to realize that the outfielders trying to make a throw are going to be throwing a damp baseball.
Well, you can't run the bases any worse than we ran them last year. We were dead last in Major League Baseball in base running. So base running this year has been good. It's just that everything has been good. You don't come in after 33 games, 23-10.
Unless it's real good.
Right. And there's a base hit. Adams going to make the turn. DeShields gets it back in. 1 out, runners at the corners.
It's 5 hits against the left-hander Derek Holland, and he's come back throwing it approximately like he threw it before. He had a very good second inning, a tough first. Now he's having a tough third as Adam easily into third base, and a chance at the very least to tie up the ball game, maybe more.
Abreu with an infield single. Outfield for the most part straight up, spread out, spaced about equidistant. In dirt, blocked by Holiday. Top of the 9th inning in the Bronx. Lorenzo Cain. He's got 3 home runs in that ball game, but the Yankees lead Kansas City 10-7.
Kansas City tied it up, and the Yankees came back with 3 late runs. And they've got Aroldis Chapman now active and closing for them.
And that pitch misses. So 2-0. The catbird seat for Abreu.
Rollins allowing himself to be distracted by Rollins at first base. And the big problem is probably the man with the bat.
Decent lead by Jimmy. And a big hack by Abreu.
This one, a good curveball.
And that pitch well off the inside corner. So 3-1 with Frazier on deck.
He's going to get his fastball.
He put a good pass on it just underneath it. Full count.
Very colorful tape on the bat. He went back, got a little of that reddish pine tar to get a better grip.
Jimmy now just about a half a step bigger lead. There he goes. And that pitch is souvenir. There have been some managers that would talk with their middle of the order hitters situations like this and ask them if he breaks from first base, does that bother you at all? And most of the time the guys will say no, it doesn't bother me. Now it does at second base sometimes.
That time Jose slipped in the batter's box, so it is a little damp down there, but he was able to foul it off. And it's going to be at least an 8-pitch at bat, as you see that front foot slide out from under him, so footing isn't the best.
And once again the payoff. Checks it up. So we'll have a 9-pitch at bat. Yeah, Dick Williams, God rest his soul, former manager of the Red Sox. He would always talk to his hitters in the middle and ask them about that. Yastrzemski won the Triple Crown in 1967. He didn't like the guys to be moving when he was at the plate.
Well, with those Red Sox teams, he had a pretty good bet that they wouldn't be.
No.
That's why this year's incarnation of the Red Sox, a radical departure from what we've seen in the past, because they are a running team.
Oh, mercy. He got a cookie right there.
That was one of the few straight changes he's thrown, and that one stayed up in the zone. Ooh. He fouled it back, but that's right up in his eyes. Not a whole lot on it.
That was like sitting on a tee, a tall tee, a big boy tee.
When you're swinging it well, you're going to pound that ball. When you're not swinging it well, you foul it back.
So that will load him up. Todd Frazier.
First inning, this ground ball to the right side. Scores the first run, and with that first run, eQuick Lending will donate $100 to the Pat Tillman Foundation, supporting military veterans and their families.
Well, we see him do it sometimes in spring training and also sometimes this year at the start of the season. The man on third and the infield back He just tries to hit it back through the middle, pick up that run. That's what run producers do. Rather than trying to get them all with one swing.
Well, you've always talked about not turning the head of the bat over. Is it easier to drive in runs that way?
No question about it. No question about it. And I'm on. There's a base hit. So 2 more are going to score. 3 RBIs for Frazier. And the good guys lead at 3-2.
Well, Todd Frazier has only driven in 9 in a game and a third. This one cracks the bat, but he eases it over the head of Odor at second base. Just like that. Doug Brocail comes to the mound as Holland has not returned to the mound after that rain delay with a whole lot of stuff.
Well, you said first inning he would.
Yeah.
He didn't have a whole
Nope.
lot of stuff. But you being a pitcher, now let's just take it back to you. What are the guys that you had a man on third base, 1 out? Who were the guys that you hated to face the most?
Well, for me, it was normally the guys that just made contact.
Exactly.
The big swingers. I mean, look,
That's
if they catch one, you make a mistake, they hit it out. But most of the guys that made contact early in the game, when you're conceding the run, you're not going to strike them out. So those are the guys that make it the toughest. But I will tell you that Derek Holland's not doing himself a whole lot of good by taking as much time as he's taking, unless he's planning on perhaps the rain coming.
Just leave him alone. There's a strike to Melky, grounded out. To Andrus at short to end the first inning. That ball hit well into right field, and it's over the head of Drew Stubbs. So Abreu will score on the double by Cabrera.
Bullpen up and going for Texas, and this, the inning that Holland runs into a buzzsaw. 4 hits and a walk in the inning as Melky reaches out, takes his ball over the head of Stubbs, who did not get a good break on it. Melky drives in his 12th, and the inning rolls right along.
Ducks on the pond now. They're going to bring the infield in. Laurie struck out his first trip.
.30 runs driven in this year for Todd Frazier. He certainly is enjoying the Lone Star State.
Blocked nicely by Brian Holiday.
The pen is up and going, and it's Anthony Rinaudu, or something along those lines.
Your what hurts?
Ranaudu. Well, he's getting loosened up.
Pretty good pitch had the zone. So 1-2 the count. Just a little contact. Brett, just a little contact, buddy.
Another good stop by Holiday.
He's good behind the plate.
Yeah, I mean, seeing him play for the Tigers, defense was the best part of his game, and now they got Bobby Wilson, who also is a good defensive catcher and has come through with a couple of big hits for them. So Holiday gets a start tonight.
Andrus on the grass. Beltre back a few steps because Beltre will play the percentages. He knows who's running it. Not that Todd is slow, but he's not a speedster. Yanks that one.
That's 61 pitches already for Holland, and we're not through the third. But the Sox They've always had his number, and tonight no exception.
And that's going to be unplayable. Good effort right there by Rua.
With Odor playing up the middle, he had no shot to get to it. The only guy that did have a shot was Rua, who gave it a good run, but just kept drifting away. So another life for Brett Laurie. That would have been a very short sacrifice fly.
Javi Garcia on deck. And 1 out. The 2-2 pitch. Four runs, 7 hits, no errors for our guys. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for their guys. We had a 1 hour and 18-minute rain delay if you're just tuning in. High in the center field. Short. Now that wins. Got it. So he'll go into second base with a double. Just like Beltre as Todd scores. Then it's 5-0. Still Ducks on the pond. And 1 out. Don't stop now, boys.
RBI number 13. Back-to-back doubles, and this one pops straight up. Easier play for DeShields. He does not get a break on it. I don't think he saw it very well. But Odor is just turning around in circles. He's got no chance. So that's going to mean the end of the night for Derek Holland. And the hit parade continues. Game for the second time. He was recalled from AAA on Friday. He's thrown the ball pretty well down there. His ERA 2.03. So he has won a ball game. The ERA is up there. He inherits runners at second and third, and the infield still in at all 4 positions.
And here's Avi, struck out last inning. Anthony Bernardo. Anders looks him back, throws over. 2 down.
Granado was acquired from Boston in January of last year. So he's pitched in the major leagues in 3 straight years. Hasn't been able to stay consistently.
So let's see if Downer can pick up a big base hit with 2 out. Odor well back on the grass. Takes strike 1.
The shift is on. You got Andrus playing up the middle, but on the first base side of second. Outfield playing him a touch as an off-field hitter, not a pull hitter.
Quickly, 2 strikes. And that is the final from the Bronx. 10-7 Yankees over Kansas City. Good swing, but straight back.
For one of the few times this year, Kelvin Herrera gave up some runs. His ERA is just 1.17, and he was tacked with the loss in that one.
Jacks it up and takes it down low. Taking right back to the middle. Stay on. Close, didn't get it.
Joe McEwing with another conversation with Melky, reminding him about a breaking ball in the dirt and nobody paying attention, so you can get off the bag a long way with Beltre playing where he's playing.
And that is into center field. Almost misjudged by the Shields, but a crooked number goes up on that board, and we lead it 4-1. The MLS is on CSN Plus as the Chicago Fire kick off an important 3-game road trip against the Vancouver Whitecaps. It all starts tomorrow at 8:30 on CSN Plus.
Carlos Rodon had to take a couple of extra pitches, and I think he's been given them by Manny Gonzalez, knowing that when he came in from the bullpen, he came in at the same time that Holland did, so he was sitting around for a while. Now he has to loosen up again.
I believe I said it was 4-1. It's 5-2. I was looking at the 1 in the first and the 4 in the third. 5-2, good guys. If you're just tuning in, Frazier with 3 RBIs, 1 in the first, 2 here in the third. Now has 30 on the season.
Pretty amazing run. Career high last night of 6 driven in. It's very early in this one. He's got 3 already.
It just seems like everything goes well when you catch the ball. When you play good defense, that is the common denominator for everything to come together. And then all of a sudden you put the chemistry on this ball club. I was trying to think last inning as well, in all the years that I've been here, have we ever had a guy with as much, certainly not more, but as much energy as Brett Laurie? I can't think of any.
Well, there's no doubt his motor goes to every waking moment.
And everything in baseball is contagious, as you and I have talked about over the years. Everything is contagious. He gone. And when you get guys like that, it becomes infectious and contagious, and you catch it. Now you do it.
Sox pitching staff leads the American League in ERA. And we were certainly hoping that Carlos comes back with a little better stuff than he left with, and it looked like it to Desmond.
Desmond now 0 for 2. Get into a 6-4-3 double play back in the first, and Prince drew a walk back in the first inning. But the shortstop position, Todd Frazier makes the play.
You got one guy on the left side of the infield, just one. So you have all kinds of room to hit it by him, and he hits it exactly right to it.
Well, we were touching on that last night. This reminds me of when old friend Joe Nosek was here, and we used to, of course, we didn't use the shifts in the infield, but we had the nickel defense in the outfield. But he hit that ball hard, right to it.
To the one place where he couldn't hit it. So quickly, 2 up, 2 down.
Rua had an RBI single. Yeah, I don't ever think, I can't think of anybody hit as much as Brett Laurie.
That rain delay was 1 hour and 18 minutes, and younger guys come back easier than older guys.
Bounces that one over the head of Carlos.
So that's 2 for 2 for Rua, keeping the inning alive for Andrews, who spent most of this year hitting at the top of the order.
Elvis went out to Adam Eaton to end the first inning. Five runs on 8 hits, no errors for our Sox. 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for their Rangers. Off the glove. Good effort by Frazier.
Todd's able to keep it out of left field, thinking he might have a play, but the ball trickles away and there was no play.
Last time we have seen anything like Todd at third base was Joe Creedy. Here's Holiday. Had a little Kansas City special to lead off the second inning. probably one of the least talked about, or one of the most important facets of the game of baseball, his position.
It's becoming more and more prevalent around the league as you see shifts by just about everybody on everybody. That's one of the reasons given for the thought of a 400 hitter not coming about again because of these shifts.
Well, ouch. Right in the grill. Uh-oh. We talked about Holiday has really played well against us. And this game is tied at 5.
That is the first home run he's hit in a Ranger uniform. He now has 7 driven in our 4th home run replay. He gets one down in the zone and takes it out.
There's Drew Stubbs. He lined out to Adam Eaton's first trip. All right. So start it up again. Hollis coming with 2 out, nobody on.
That to me is one of the toughest things that young pitchers have to accomplish, and that is shutting down a team once you have the 2 outs.
Yes, he did. But some damage is done. A 3-run homer by Brian Holiday. It's 5-5.
You enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
So Renato, big guy, 6'7", 240 pounds. First pitch strike. Austin Jackson, who lined out hard to Ian Desmond.
Now the game is squarely in his hands. Eric Holland off the hook.
Oh, 0-2. Renato out of Jackson, New Jersey. Just off the plate.
Right now still on pace for 51 hits in this contest combined.
It is now full. Don't help him out. And that's in the right field.
The first 25,000 people who attend a Chicago White Sox game will receive a game card courtesy of Jewel Osco with a coupon for $10 off a purchase of $100 or more. Jewel Osco, your moment is our moment. Purchase tickets today at whitesox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME.
So here's Adam Eaton. He started off the ball game with a single in the left, came around, which led to a run. Rollins finally scored. And then he started off that 4-run third with a single into left field.
There's a young lady who's an Adam Eaton fan.
He thought it was a ball. 3-1. That's one reason I love this game. Here you got a 6-7 pitcher out there against a 5-8 hitter. Coming all sizes and shapes in baseball. That's out of play. And it certainly is a game that where little guys are not afraid of big guys.
You know, the old equalizer is that bat in your hand. There's a Rangers fan with a souvenir. And perhaps a nacho or two to go with it.
And there finally is ball 4.
For the first time tonight, Jimmy Rollins will turn around to the left side. His 2 base hits were as a right-hand hitter.
You were talking about last thing, the shifts now. They're so prevalent in baseball. First guy to do it on a huge scale was Whitey Herzog. And he would even do it with certain hitters in certain situations in certain games. Move one of the outfielders, infielders into the outfield. Play 4 outfielders. One of the great baseball minds in the history of this game. And the name of this game is always and always will be talent evaluation. And that's where Whitey was just the best. Rollins, as Steve mentioned, 2 for 2. 2 runs scored.
From the right side this year, he's been absolutely terrific. He came in hitting .545. Now he's 8 for 13 as a right-hand hitter. Phil McEwen going through his set of signs.
And then if you want to go back before my time, yeah, he used to put the shift on. Lou Boudreau did it against Ted Williams. Okay. Back-to-back walks.
Doug Brocail once again out to the mound, as Renato has had some problems with a drifting plate.
Doug Brocail's a big man. One of the better battles that you ever want to see was that confrontation with Detroit. Bobby Howry and Doug Brocail went after each other like 2 real good heavyweights.
Bobby wasn't 6'5", 260 though, was he?
No, but he was not afraid of a guy 6'5", 260. Bobby was knocking guys down to get to him. Here's Abreu, an infield single and a walk. He also has scored a run. Don't help him out. Ball 1. Nasty pitch right there after back-to-back walks on 1-0 count.
Pretty much whole right side open as Odor is playing up the middle. He's the guy that has to hold Adam Eaton close.
The ball hit hard. Stretch. He goes back now on the track. That wind knocked it down. Dadgummit.
Jose hit the daylights out of that one, and unlike most days in this park, the wind took one away. Does that look like it was going out?
Jose thought he got it.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he hit it hard, and normally when he hits it like that, it does go out. But the wind actually just batted it down.
Here's Ty, an RBI in the first, 2 RBIs in the third. Lays off that one. Breaking ball at 80 miles an hour.
The last 4, nobody around hotter than Todd Frazier.
Big pitch right there. Count goes in favor of Todd. Now even more in favor. 3-1. With Melky on deck.
Steady diet of curveballs. And he's behind.
So he has walked. The bases loaded.
Career with the bases loaded, 293 and a couple of grand slams. And Melky doubled in a run last inning.
And yanks that one foul. That evens the count of 1. Oh. He got a 70 mile an hour cookie and tried to Tommy Hawk it.
Renato hasn't thrown one in the zone yet. He's had 1 and 2 in the count.
Sox packed with Sox. 5-5 tie here in the top of the 4th inning after 1 hour and 18-minute rain delay. He did not go. Laz, Diaz, umpire at third. Last night was the man who threw Melky out.
He did check his swing.
Now a full count.
Getting a lot of pitches thrown in this inning from Renato, 33 of them.
And he has walked in a run. 4 in a row. Not even close.
Now the bullpen starts to get loose as Renato cannot find the plate. So Adam Eaton scores another run.
Adam with another good leadoff at bat. Saw a lot of pitches working. And now here is Brett. And he takes ball 1. Brett is 1 for 2 and an RBI double.
Alex Claudio loosening in the pad.
And this is the 54th plate appearance with our bases loaded this year. Seems like we've had them loaded more this year than we did all of last year. And yet we're still a defensive ball club. And the count. 2-2. Six runs on 8 hits for us, 5 runs on 9 hits for them. And some more heat, some more pressure on Anthony Renato. Full count.
Holiday has stopped a couple of pitches and saved another run.
What kind of pressure is he feeling?
Well, after 4 walks in the same inning, he's just telling himself, you got to throw a strike.
And that is ball 4. 5 straight. And here comes the skipper. Miguel Asensio, back in Kansas City. His major league debut, I believe, came out through 16 straight balls. All right. He departs. Anthony Renato. 5 straight walks, and we'll be back.
Midas called to the pen, and it's Alex Claudio. The much surprised Claudio. because he was sent to the minor leagues on Saturday. Griffin went on the disabled list, and he was recalled the next day. There you look at the numbers. On for the 6th time. He inherits the bases loaded on 5 walks. He is what's known as a soft tossing left-hander.
So here's Avi.
Against right-handers this year, Claudio has really struggled. They're hitting .364 against him.
That pitch is 68.
He's got a slower one.
That ball hit hard. Stay fair. Stay fair. It will. That's going to clear him. And it is 10-5. Good guy. So Mike Spadali and that key. The old Brady's picked to click. Big hit.
14 driven in now, and with 2 outs, everybody scores. This one gets stuck under the padding for a moment before Desmond can get it in to the cutoff man. But Laurie scores, and all of these runs charged to Renato. And he didn't give up a hit.
So we have given it with getting ready to say we have scored 5 runs, and that's a fair ball. Beltre. Nice peg, but 5 runs on 1 hit. 5 straight walks by Renato. Big bases clearing double by Avi.
To the top of the order, DeShields, Odor, and Beltre.
What was the most guys you ever walked in succession?
I walked 5 in 1 inning.
Did you really?
I walked in 2 runs, lost the game 2-1 in San Diego.
Wow.
Yeah. They got their first hit with 2 outs in the 7th. A bunt by Johnny Grubb that I can hardly remember. It trickled down the line and stopped right next to the base. That was it.
Johnny Grubb, left-handed hitter.
Yep.
Outfielder.
Madlock was back at 3rd, and he laid down a perfect bunt. And that was the end of the no-hitter.
All right, we got a 10 spot up there. 10-9-0 for us. 5-9-1 for them. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Carlos has been given a 1-run lead to start the ball game, a 3-run lead, and now a 5-run lead.
DeShields has singled and struck out. That ball hit well in the center field. But we got a man there.
Sox fans, join us for a children-only pregame autograph session. Fans that purchase this special ticket pack can participate in an exclusive autograph session with select members of the White Sox prior to select games. To purchase these special ticket packs, visit whitesox.com/autographs. Well, it's a great day for the kids, and usually there's a whole lot of players out there signing.
So here's Odor. Out and around that one. Odor is 11 for his last 23. 2 for 2 tonight with a run scored.
And we know he can hit high fastballs.
Yeah, and you can turn around 97-mile-an-hour high heater from Nate. You can hit.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Fastball, high fastball. But that's been the nature of the evolution of the change, so to speak, because that ball hit well in the center field. Boy, this guy can hit. He's the big hot bat in this lineup. Picks up his 10th double.
We can understand now when I talked with Jeff Bannister and I asked him, have you seen this guy's ceiling yet? And he said, absolutely not. He said he's getting better with every passing day. He had a problem with his defense. Steve Buechele worked with him on it. Now he's doing better defensively, and he is a strong guy. He put a charge into that one to hit it off the wall.
Yeah, he's 5'11", but he's 195 pounds and he's cut. He's built. Talking with former GM, longtime broadcaster now, Tom Grieve, yesterday about Odor. Tommy throws around compliments like, well, manhole covers. He was just raving about Odor as a person as well.
Yeah. Well, this organization has brought up a lot of very good players, especially offensive players, maybe in the last 15 years. And they had a guy named Jurickson Profar that looked like he was going to be their next star. Well, he got hurt. Odor came in. And now what they've done is taken Profar, who they moved to second to play in the big leagues. They moved him to shortstop in the minor leagues in an effort to enhance his value.
They brought up a lot of outstanding offensive players that are playing in other uniforms.
Absolutely. Notably first baseman, a bundle of them.
Chris Davis.
Mark Teixeira.
So 2 on, 1 out.
Last thing that Robin wants to do is to have to go to the bullpen early. We've seen Ian Desmond enough that we know that he loves to jump on the first pitch and doesn't care particularly what it is. Whether it's fastball, curveball, slider, doesn't matter. Scott Carroll loosening up in the pen.
Well, first order right here is, we were just talking, is protect Rodon's arm after that hour and 18-minute delay. And you said it, you don't know how young pitchers are going to react.
No, and it's very difficult. I mean, that's a fairly substantial delay. So when a guy sits around that long, he obviously has a chance to loosen up, but that doesn't mean you're going to bring better stuff with you than you had when you left. And the stuff early was a little sketchy for Carlos tonight.
Well, Coop's one of those guys too. He'll look his pitchers and hey, no BS. How do you feel? Tell me. Desmond, 0 for 2. Be the 71st, but they have been. You can throw 70 pitches 3 or 4 different ways. Those 71 pitches right now have been stressful for Carlos.
I would say that they have been under duress. No coasting at all tonight.
No. Ryan shot. We're going to catch a bad. Another break, I should say. Bad base running right there. And they'll take care of that. We're into the 5th, leading 10-5. You can follow White Sox insider Dan Hayes all season long on CSNChicago.com, presented by The Great Escape. Pools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Escape your everyday shop. The Great Escape. Austin Jackson is lined out to left and going out to right. Now he's single to right. Our guys lead at 10-5. Just tuning in. We scored 1 in the 1st, 4 in the 3rd, 5 last inning on just 1 base hit. Rangers scored 2 in the 1st and 3 in the 3rd.
Todd Frazier's 9 RBI over the last 2 games are tied for the 3rd most over a 2-game span in White Sox history. And he's got a couple more at bats. He was walked the last time, didn't have an opportunity to do it. And so who does he trail? Jim Thome and Robin Ventura. They both had 10 over a 2-game stretch.
Robin hit a couple of grand slams down in the old ballpark.
And one bounces into the Ranger dugout. Scatters a few folks. The RBI became an official statistic in 1920.
Robin could drive in some runs. And the last one he hit off of was off a left-hander. I forget his name. Robin was a very, very good 7th, 8th, and 9th inning hitter. Smart hitter. Uh-oh. Gave him a bad feed. Odor did. but maybe going to get him anyway. But no chance with that feed.
Very long arm action on the double play, and that one wide of the bag. They would have a good shot at a double play.
Well, they lead the major leagues in double plays. They have 49 coming into the night, and when you got a gun like Odor and when you got a gun like Andrus, you're going to turn some double plays.
And you got to have some cooperation from the pitching staff, who throws a lot of ground balls. And now Steve Buechele is at it with Jeff Nelson, the crew chief.
Greg Hibbert, Steve Buechele. They danced around in the old ballpark one night. And now little Bulldog Greg Hibbert is a pitching coordinator for the Rangers in their minor league system. Steve was a good player.
Was a good third baseman.
And we want to send out a big shout out and happy birthday to one of our favorites, Ray Garcia. 31 years young today. Good man. Real good man.
There's that 68-mile-an-hour floater that he throws for a change. And this one he drops over the plate. Been 20 hits in this ball game. 10 apiece.
And the biggest inning, they only had one. Desmond.
Ian Desmond made the conversion, we've told you, from a shortstop to a left fielder. But he's played 5 games in center, and supposedly when Shin-Soo Choo comes back, Desmond is going to play center field.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the speed. He has good anticipation.
So here is Abreu. He's 1 for 2 with a run scored. I mentioned happy birthday to Ray Garcia. He is in our communications department. We got a great one headed up by Scott Reiford, Bob Bechtel, Sheena Quinn, Joe Rody, Julianne Bartos, Megan Golden. Scott Reiford, boy, he's been with this organization a long time. What a job he has done. Man. Ten, 10-0 for us, 5, 10-1 for them. Scott's the guy everybody goes to when they got a problem. he's a little busy boy. Watch out.
Pretty good move, but fortunately, Adam able to get back.
It looks from first base from up here. That's close. It looks close, I should say.
Talking about breaking the plane for a balk.
Yeah. Ball hit hard, but Odor knocks it down, picks it up, and throws him out. So we are finally halfway home, and we lead it by 5. Right, our Chuck, doesn't he sound wonderful?
The fact that he's live is miraculous. Now, will he be
Live
live?
or alive?
Both. But will he be live in the next cut-in?
No. He gone.
He's taping it now?
Yeah. 10-5. First pitch strike.
Chuck is one of the
Prince.
few guys that could give us breaking news 3 hours in advance. It'll be breaking in the 8th.
He's something. He is something. That ball is souvenir left side. Prince has walked and he has grounded hard, very hard, to Todd Frazier, who is playing at shortstop like he is right now. Tell you what you and I got to do. We got to get our Chuck and we got to get Scott Reifert. Now both those guys can hit the golf ball.
They can.
Yeah, we'll take him out one day. And
He's a lefty, isn't he?
yeah, Scott. Yeah. He can hit it. He hits a long way. He gone. Take him out and play him a little $50 Nassau. Automatic one downs.
If I'm your partner, we play him even. I'd be more than happy to.
Here's Rua. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. First pitch strike. As you see, this will be number 78 coming up. But again, if you're just tuning in, we had an hour and 18-minute rain delay. Now, Derek Holland came back and he wasn't throwing anything up there after that rain delay.
Well, look, Carlos has had a very long first inning and a fairly long third. Now, when you factor in the length of a couple of the offensive innings, it's a long time to sit around in this game. So Rua cannot catch up to it. And for the first time tonight, he's retired. And now Carlos 1 out away from making this one an official game.
5 strikeouts now for our youngster. Carlos is 23 years old. And he's going to have an easy inning. Oh boy. He's happy about it as well. We're into the 6th, leading 10-5.
Brought to you by Travel Wisconsin. Plan your fun today at travelwisconsin.com, and there you can see it. One more with these Rangers here tomorrow, then an off day, and it's on to New York for 3 before another off day and home against the Astros, who we have not seen this year. So we're off to a slow start, as are the Yankees.
Top of the 6th inning. Our guys on top by 5. And let's don't stop now, boys, because I'll tell you, this Ranger offense is They're dangerous. Here's Todd. Takes ball 1. Todd is 1 for 2 with 3 RBIs and a run scored.
And one of the reasons Robin wants to coax as many as he can out of Carlos is that they used 7 pitchers last night.
Well, you got a man down in that bullpen that you and I both are glad to have back up with the club.
Scott Carroll is,
Yes.
he is the epitome of the long man. Never hear complain about anything, and he'll take the ball whenever you give it to him, in whatever situation.
He's been one of those guys that numbers problem has hindered his time in the big leagues, because every time he's been with us, he's done a good job.
If you need 4 or 5 innings, he will give you 4 or 5, because he's been a starter a great deal of his career. There's a look at Scott, who on a very warm, very humid evening probably is loosened up thoroughly by now.
Another walk.
Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola at U.S. Cellular Field feature tickets as low as $5 in the upper level and $15 in the lower level, and special kid-focused activities throughout the ballpark. Plus, parking is available for only $10. So visit whitesox.com/Sundays to purchase your tickets today.
There's Melky. Melky 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. One out.
Soft changeup away, and Melky out in front of it.
Brett is 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Larry has knocked in 13.
One of the shorter doubles around, but a double nonetheless.
Pops that one in the short right field.
Basket catch, and the wind that's taking everything and pushing it to left and left center field is knocking everything down to the right side.
All right, here's Avi in the T-Mobile hitter coverage of baseball.
Longest current hitting streaks in the American League. You see Jackie Bradley Jr., who's tearing it up, with Avi and Kyle Seager tied at 11. And that streak kept alive tonight already on a ringing double.
With the sacks packed. Ooh, close at first base.
I don't think he got him at first base. I think he was safe, but let's see.
All right. They're not going to do anything, so we still lead it by 5. Pride with White Sox checking and an official White Sox MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust community bank. So go to wintrust.com/Sox to learn more. Member FDIC. Here's Brian Holiday. He's 2 for 2 with a 3-run homer.
And every out Carlos gets now is one less the bullpen has to cover. And with a short turnaround tomorrow and 7 pitchers used last night, that is advantageous.
I want to send a big White Sox shout out and hello to big Sox fan and good friend Mike Scully down in Scottsdale. He's got a son that's a tall, lanky youngster. I think he might be a sophomore now, Steve. Last year, he was throwing in the mid to high 80s.
Tell him to learn a changeup.
That's right.
Get changeup and forget about that slider until he develops.
Well, you know what? As he gets him, he gone. But if he be when the season's over and you go out there, work with him a little bit.
That kind of promise, you get that strong an arm and you're just in the beginning stages of high school. The only thing could be better is if he was left-handed also.
Right. He's right-handed. And I told him to stay away from the breaking stuff.
Yeah.
This fastball changeup. And there's a base hit back through the middle. So Stubbs now 1 for 3. They'll bring out the leadoff hitter, Delino DeShields, who is 1 for 3.
Be good to get him out ahead of Odor, who's 3 for 3. And he's standing in the on-deck circle.
That fastball 93. What's the highest you've seen him hit tonight?
I saw 95 once.
That's what.
And
I saw.
that was when he came out after the rain delay. It looked like fastball was a little crisper than it was before. But with 2 outs and nobody on in the third, Brua, Andrus with base hits, and Holiday jumped on one for a 3-run homer.
And 95 is the highest I've seen him.
There you see the average velocities of the fastball, the slider, the change. He's thrown very few straight changes tonight.
Well, Coop's not going to. That's a little flare. Coop's not going to let him get away from that changeup.
He's got to throw it. I mean, that's really when everybody talks about the quick ascension of Chris Sale to the major leagues and likening him to Carlos Rodon. The biggest difference in the two, they both have terrific sliders. The biggest difference that Chris had a refined changeup. He didn't need it out of the bullpen, but he used it when he got into starting rotation, and it's a good one.
There's a strike to Odor, who Steve mentioned he's 3 for 3. Single, bunt single, and then a double over the head. Boston Jackson. There he goes, and there's a throw. It's off to the wrong side.
That's one of the reasons Stubbs is here. They didn't envision him starting a lot of games, but they did think about him as a defensive replacement and a base stealer. And he can do that. He's running on first move, and he's in easily. He's now 5 for 5. Now that is the best fastball thrown at 96. Stubbs was talking with Todd Frazier at third. Very likely those two guys ran into one another in the Cincinnati organization.
That might be the best pitch he has had to hit in this series, and he was just underneath it, and he throws his bat away. Meanwhile, he'll grab some bench, and we'll go to the seventh. Check out our CSN Chicago tail of the tape. Now you see those 5 runs there in the 4th inning. We only had 1 hit. Anthony Renato walked 5 in a row, and then Avi, after 2 had crossed the plate, cleared them with a double down into the left field corner.
Sox fan, Rangers fan. Sox bidding for 7 in a row, dating back to last year against these Rangers.
Here's Deanna. He's 0 for 3. Top to first, lined hard to center, and grounded to third.
And Scott Carroll throwing again. You would think that he's probably going to come into this one.
Yeah, Robin was desperately trying to get that W for Carlos.
And stay out of the pen as Carlos trying to stretch out that arm. Only gave up 2 hits the last 3 innings and no runs.
You know, Carlos is listed at 6'3", 235, but when you stand next to him, he seems bigger than that.
He's wide.
Yeah, he is very wide. He got some shoulders on him.
He's really got a good frame to pitch. Got strong legs. He can get it up there, and we'll see it. We'll see it a lot more as he moves along, gets confidence in his control. We'll see 97. But the 2 sliders are what will set him apart.
He reminds me of a guy who was a right-hander, but back when you were in diapers, Indians had a right-hander named Barry Latman, and his nickname was Shoulders.
I remember Barry Latman.
He had some of the widest shoulders. When you faced him, it looked like you couldn't. He blocked everything out. He can make a routine ground ball and give it a little flair.
Not too many guys will throw it every angle that Beltre throws at, and it pretty much depends on what he feels like at any given time, but he throws from the side, he'll throw from down under. Very rarely will he throw over the top, and almost without exception, he throws it right in the middle of the first baseman's body.
Well, two of my favorite guys to watch, Miguel Cabrera, Adrian Beltre. They love to play the game. They have fun. Austin 1 for 3. And now a line shot. That's another hang roofing for Austin. Now 1 for 4.
Hit that ball hard. The Shields came out and got it, and I think he thought there were 3 outs, but only 2.
So here's our leadoff man, and what a job he's done leading off. Led off the ball game with a single. Rollins singled after him, and then he was making a wide turnaround second, lost his footing, and they got him in a pickle. But Rollins scored, so in essence that led to a run.
Well, he's on base 3 times, and he came in with an on base percentage of .386.
Look at Odor. That's a nice play. So 7th inning stretch. Sox by 5. Here's Beltre, first pitch, swinging. Adrian has knocked in a run with a single in the first inning, popped up to center and walked. 10-10-0 for us, 5-11-1 for them. Both teams have stranded 6.
He showed the bat to Manny Gonzalez to show him that no, I didn't swing, not even close.
"37 years young." Still plays, swings the bat like he's 27.
A lot of people might not remember when Beltre came up with the Los Angeles Dodgers. Number one, he was one of their prized talents, but also he had a stomach problem, had stomach surgery, and caused complications. He lost a great deal of weight. It was very serious for a while and set back his career some. But now he's maybe in the best shape he's been in And you have to be at that age, playing most every day in this heat down here.
That's one reason I've always loved, and I don't know it, but maybe it's said hello to him and during his career maybe 2 or 3 times. Ivan Rodriguez.
Well, he's doing some of the pregame now for the Rangers, and he works as somewhat of an advisor. But when you think about how many games he caught in this heat, and there's Pudge Rodriguez, he was catching as many as 145 games a year in conditions that were absolutely stifling.
I think that probably you talk about respect for other players, especially by position. I've never had that ball hit deep in the left field and out of here. So Desmond goes deep. And it's 10-6.
4th home run. 15th driven in. The Ford home run replay, and Desmond gets all of this line drive out of the ballpark. And whether the ball's carrying a left or not, this one was going.
And here's Prince. But because of that fact, catching in this ballpark, in this weather, as much as he did, he's right up there with the greats. In fact, he made his major league debut against us. He got married in the morning, I believe, in Oklahoma City. Got a flight in from there to Chicago. Played that night and got a couple hits.
His durability, again, under extreme conditions for a catcher, was remarkable.
There is out number 2.
And here comes Robin, and that's going to be it. 107 pitches, a big strikeout of Prince. He did that twice tonight. So he's going to depart this one. Scott Carroll's going to come in. And the night is done for a guy that battled and hung around and left the bullpen with just 7 outs to cover. So we'll step out and be back after these messages. Had an up and down night, but he hung around till 2 outs in the 7th. Desmond looking early, and then a line drive and out of a tough inning with some bad base running for Fanning Prince, Fanning Rua, and then Robin went out to get him. So our Midas call to the pen is Scott Carroll with a 4-run lead. And there you look at numbers from Charlotte. Started 1 game. ERA not too good, and he's talking about the mound with Manny Gonzalez.
I think the landing spot is not suiting him. You were, for a short guy, you were a pretty long strider.
I know. And I was both a short guy and a long strider. But I think the reason why he wants him to take care of that mound is 2 left-handed starters, and with one of the left-handers going into the 7th inning, there's a lot of clay to be dug out in a spot where Scott Carroll probably landed. So they want a little adjustment to the mound.
Boy, that was a hole there.
Yeah, they're going to now try to compress that and make sure that that front foot, that landing foot, can hold solid.
Yeah, Scott threw a few pitches and then backed right off. That was one thing. I don't know if you guys did it in Baltimore. I never heard of it. As you take another look at one of his warm-ups right here, I never heard of Baltimore doing it, but the Dodgers, when they had this great pitching staff, you know, Koufax and Drysdale, Padres and Sutton and those guys, they used to rebuild that mound every night.
Did the same thing in Baltimore.
They did.
Groundskeeper came up when I got to Baltimore. He said, "How do you like your mound?" I said, "Well, preferably 20 inches high." He said, "No, with 10 inches of height to work with, how do you want your mound?" I said, "Well, for instance, tell me." He said, "Well, Jim Palmer, a high fastball pitcher, he wanted to have very little slope, so he could keep a high fastball and maybe get it to hop just a little bit." Worked out very well for him. But I said, being a curveball pitcher, if you can, take off the front of it. I want to get from 10 inches high on the ground as quickly as possible, stay on top of the curveball, and to make sure that it breaks down. So they did that, and they did something different for Mike Flanagan and something different for Dennis Martinez and for Scott McGregor. And I think a lot of good pitching organization will do that for their pitchers. They'll make some modifications for them.
Well, that's what they call home field advantage. So here is Rua. Ryan is 2 for 3. RBI single, a single in the 3rd, then he scored and he struck out in the 5th. Yeah, there's all kinds of ways you can get a home field advantage.
Well, this used to happen a lot more than it happens today, because I think they look at it more, but it used to be they would make the visitors' pitching mound a little bit different than the pitching mound when they went out. So it was a big disadvantage, especially coming out the bullpen where you have no chance to adjust.
Yeah, well, that's probably been much more of a common home field issue, so to speak, than rebuilding the mound every day for a different pitcher. Got him. He gone, but the home run by Desmond. And we'll go to the 8th, leading 10-6.
A picnic in the outfield of U.S. Cellular Field. You can meet 2016 White Sox team members and talk to White Sox alumni. Join us on Saturday, June 25th for Picnic in the Park. All proceeds benefit White Sox charities. To purchase tickets, visit whitesoxcharities.org.
Eighth inning already.
Game's moving right along.
You're just getting home late, tuning in. 1 hour and 18-minute rain delay. A lot of lightning and some very hard rain.
And one of the most unusual 5-run innings in the 4th inning. 5 walks and then a 3-run double. The only hit of the inning.
Here's Rollins. Jimmy 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored. Five walks in that inning by Renato. Outfield for the most part straight up. Second of this 3-game set, second of this 6-game road trip. We'll have one tomorrow, then off day on Thursday. Finish it off. 3 against the Yankees in the Bronx. That's down into the corner. Attaboy, Jimmy. Drew Stubbs now is having a little trouble, and Jimmy's going to make the turn. Odor with a gun, but he is there with a leadoff triple. Jimmy's first triple.
He slices this one down the line, and in this ballpark with this Rangers team, you can never have too many runs. So sitting on a lead is not recommended, as that ball rattles around in the corner and Stubbs has to go get it. In the meantime, Jimmy Rollins hustles to third.
Brave. That ball is deep. That wind is knocking it down a bit as he jumps, makes the catch. But Rollins is going to score, and it's 11-6. So very quickly we get that run back.
Jose bidding for his 6th home run, only to see Delino DeShields go up. And as the wind is carrying it deeper and deeper at the 404 mark, he hauls it in.
Well, as Todd steps in, that's 2 tonight that the wind is taken away from Abreu. That line drive he hit into right field, that ball was out of here. He thought it was.
Well, it's a good sign that he's making good, solid contact.
He just missed that one. And he knows it. Puts that head down. And Desmond. So Ty with an RBI in the first inning, 2 in the third, has 3 tonight, now has 30 on the season.
And 9 in 2 games, and that leaves him 1 shy of the club record by Robin Ventura and Jim Thome. 11 runs, season high, and it looked early like they were going to need each and every one of them.
So here's Melky. And if you're just tuning in, we scored 1 in the first, we scored 4 in the third. In a very unusual inning in the 4th. In the fourth, Jackson led off, went out to right field. Then it started. Adam Eaton walked. Rollins walked. Abreu almost hit a home run, a 3-run homer out there, a line shot that was knocked down by the wind. Frazier walked. Cabrera walked. Laurie walked. And then the bases clearing double, the only hit in the inning, by Avi Garcia. Five walks. And there's a base hit. So here's Brett. He's 1 for 3, 2 RBIs. That ball lined hard. Desmond coming along. He cannot get it. Trapped. So a bullet. One thing that our offense is giving you an impression too, Steve, is the fact that, which is great, they seem to be greedy.
Well, there's no doubt. I don't see any wasted at bats. I think if they've got 5 runs, they're looking for that 6th. Tonight, they got 10, looking for more.
Well, you know, that's the whole mindset. Last couple of years that we didn't get that sense that they were greedy. And of course, when you're greedy like that, you're not going to give up in bat. Different personalities.
Doug Brocail out there. Talk with Claudio, who for the most part has done a pretty good job. Just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite, and here's our Miller moment. As a capper for that 4th inning, Avi got up and drilled one. All 3 runs scored. And 5 walks and a double. And it's 5 runs later. Tom Wilhelmsen, the tall right-hander, former closer for the Seattle Mariners, loosening in the pen. Hard to wait back on 68 miles an hour.
1-2 the count with 2 on, 2 out, and 1 in. That's in the hole. Andrus. And they say he is safe. It was off the bag, says Jeff Nelson.
Odor is saying that he had the bag and he wants him to take a look at it in the dugout. So Steve Buechele on the phone.
And we'll take another look at it. And they will review it. And that first angle looked like he had the bag. Of course, you couldn't see it definitively.
You can't see it from that angle either. Odor believes he had the bag. Ball's in the glove. It looked like the foot was on the bag. So we'll see what they say in New York. It's either another base hit for Avi or the end of the inning.
And another bases loaded situation.
Man who's got the headphones and gives it to the umpires is a former Major League pitcher, Pete Falcone. Pete had a long career. Came up with the Giants, played with Atlanta, played with St. Louis, and now here in Texas.
He's out. They overrule it. And that'll retire the side. So we do pick up one. And we'll go to the bottom of the eighth. All right, Art Chuck, thank you very much as we get set to go to the bottom of the eighth in an 11-6. Sox lead.
And Scott Carroll on. Recorded the last out of the seventh. And the wind is really kicking up.
If you're just tuning in, that wind in the first couple of innings was, I mean, it's just about as bad as it gets.
Andrews looked like he hurt his left hand. The flags are starched.
Chops that one foul. And very quickly, 0-2 the count. And this is 1 for 3. He had an infield single and he scored. That was back in the third inning when they picked up 3 of their 6 runs.
Pretty good pitch.
Well, the leadoff single.
This one came up there rolling, and Andrews able to get his second hit of the night.
Holiday, 2 for 3, a big 3-run homer. His first homer of the season, coming back in the 3rd inning.
Bullpen for the Sox up and going because this is not a team that allows you to relax. Hicks is going to hit him. Duke and Putnam. Both saw action last night. Zach Duke for a 3rd. Putnam for an inning.
There's a strike. Yeah, they don't have their best offensive lineup in there tonight, but when they do have, when they're healthy, these Rangers can put you in a hole in a hurry.
With the left-hander starting, Mitch Moreland got the night off. Nomar Mazara is their everyday starting right fielder, but Jeff Bannister gave him the night off against Rodon.
That ball is ripped down in the left field corner. Now he comes up, hits the tarp, slows it up, picks it up. And we got a problem. Ducks on the pond, nobody out.
Holiday a triple shy of a cycle. He takes one inside, takes it right down the line past diving Todd Frazier. Trying to come up, but it deflects off the glove out by the tarp. We just mentioned Nomar Mazara, and here he is.
Takes low and away. Mazara 4 homers, 11 knocked in. And he's just 21 years old. 2 balls and a strike.
He was the number 3 prospect, with Joey Gallo being the number 1 prospect coming into this year. And they believe that Mitch Moreland, who's going to be a free agent after this season, likely will give way, and that Joey Gallo will have an opportunity at first, because they believe he can play that position, and he can hit him a long way.
That evens the count. And Lamar signed for a $5 million bonus out of the Dominican Republic.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
For a very young player.
Yeah. In fact, his dad is a retired admiral in the Dominican Navy. Good try by Scott. Meanwhile, full count. Bases loaded and nobody out. So DeShields being called back, and Mitch Moreland has come out, and here comes Robin.
Sets up for Zach Duke. As Carroll went a third of an inning, and in the 8th, 2 hits and a walk. And we'll see who Robin wants.
All right, so Scott will depart. And Zach Duke will come on, and we'll be back.
Our Midas call to the pen is the busiest man in the pen, Zach Duke. On for the 20th time, ERA 2.03. He was on for a third of an inning last night in relief of Miguel Gonzalez. The man he was to get out, Mitch Moreland. Got him on a ground ball to second base and out of the 6th inning. Now he faces him with the bases loaded and no margin for error.
Here's the 30-year-old, very strong Mitch Moreland. Last year, 23 homers. Sacks packed with Rangers. He drops the breaking ball that was a little bit low. Bullpen last night had a bit of a rough outing, but overall they have been just terrific.
And last night it was Moreland who grounded into that inning-ending double play in the 10th.
Just off the corner and count 2-0. Yeah, that was a play. If you missed that play last night, very seldom see it. Very seldom. Big swing on that one. And yanks it foul. So it's 2 balls and a strike. And here's that play, if you missed it from last night. First and third, 1 out, bottom of the 10th.
And Dan Jennings gets him to ground into the inning-ending double play and moved it along alive to the 11th.
There's a base hit back through the middle. So one is going to score. And it's 11-7. We'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Drops down sidearm and leaves it over the inside part of the plate. When you drop down sidearm, you're looking for a little give in the hitter. If you leave it over the inside, he can give and still hit it. Orland driving in his 16th.
So here is the hot bat on this ball club. Ned Odor. He is 3 for 4 tonight. 5 for 10 in the series with a homer. And Rangers just coming off a 3-game sweep coming into our series here. A 3-game sweep over the Tigers, where Odor was 7 for 15 with 2 home runs. One and 2. He gone. Big out.
Here's a slider. He kept it in. Odor fortunately swings over the top. So here comes Robin once again.
Well, when you get the hot hand in a lineup in this situation, that is a nice job. So Zach gives up the hit, but a big strikeout of Ned Odor. He departs and we'll be back.
To the pen is Matt Albers. Albers was on last night. He threw an inning, struck out 2 in a perfect inning, on for the 16th time. ERA .57. He does have 7 holds to his credit. He inherits the bases loaded and the middle of the order due up. Starts off with Beltre and Desmond if he can cap it there. If not, Prince Fielder.
Beltre has faced Albers 7 times, has 2 hits.
9 grand slams in the illustrious career of Adrian Beltre.
And one of those 2 hits off Albers was a home. Now Fielder deep, spread out. For the most part, straight up. Bit of a gap in left center. All right.
Beltre has grounded into 4 double plays this year.
Two and 0 the count. There's a strike. That's a nasty pitch on 2-0. That ball in the right field. Allen giving track. He's there. He makes the catch. He'll get it back in. As another one crosses the plate.
Second run batted into the night, 24th of the year for Beltre, who leads his team in that department.
So it's 11-8. And here's Ian Desmond, 1 for 4. That was a home run last inning. 11-13-0 for our guys, 8-15-1 for their guys. Chops that one foul. Two outs. 0-2 the count. 2 on. The Rangers, they just go away with it.
Nope. It's a loaded offense, especially tough in this park.
Hold time.
Desmond hung around a long time on the free agent market, finally signed at the end of February of this year.
Ball and 2 strikes. That ball hit hard in the right center field. Austin got a good jump. Leaps and he can't get there. So the triple by Ian Desmond. And it is 11-10.
Looked for a moment like Austin was going to make this catch. Desmond thought he'd hit it out of the ballpark. Looked like Austin was slowing down to time his jump. Ball. One hop to 407 mark.
So here's Prince Fielder. It's over 3 tonight. Prince has walked, grounded to short, and twice he has struck out. Don't give him a cookie.
Here comes Don Cooper. Two nights in a row of bullpen difficulties with the tying and go-ahead run on base for Ryan Rua.
Rua is 2 for 4 RBI, and he scored a run. Also, if you're just getting home late, tuning in, get an hour and 18-minute weather delay. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning, some very high winds.
Hanser Alberto comes in to run to first base.
Backhanded pick right there by DeHonor.
With the tying run 90 feet away, that was a good stab.
Gap out there in right center. There goes Alberto. That ball is popped up, and nobody can get there. It's in the camera well. So 1-2 the count. 26-year-old Ryan Rua. Had a 12-inning game last night, and a very long game this evening, and we got a day game tomorrow. That ball hit hard in the center field. Very hard. It's way out of here. It is 13-11, Texas.
Just the second home run of the year, the third hit of the night. His fifth driven in. And the lead disappears. Short home run replay, and it's up and out over the plate. And Rua hit the daylights out of it.
Schedule hitters for us in the ninth. Navarro, Jackson, and back to the top of the order with Adam Eaton. 7 runs so far here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Off a bullpen that has been the best in the American League. That was popped up, and Todd is there. They lead it 13-11. Battle of the undefeateds in the series finale as Matt Latos looks to go 6-0 for our Sox, while Rangers ace Cole Hamel, well, he told Weber in search of a 5-0 start of his own. Coverage begins at 12:30 on CSN Chicago.
Sean Tollison, the closer, comes in. We saw him last night, and he had some problems. 10 for 12 in the save department. The ERA up there last night for an inning. A run on 3 hits.
It's 13-11 Texas as they scored 7 in the bottom of the 8th. So the Sox coming in with the best road record in the major leagues at 13-5. There's strike 1.
Ellison did not have a major league save before last year. Texas turned over that closer role to him. He saved 35.
And he yanks that one foul.
Well, the White Sox Baseball Live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet.
2-2. Giannis 0 for 4. He's due. Hopped up. Lined hard to center field and a couple of ground outs to third.
Odor is way out there in short right field in the shift.
It's a good thing he's got a good arm. And that pitch misses, so full count. And that's back into the crowd.
Let's go, Tommy Ray, baby. Come on, D, make the play now.
Hit right to the shortstop. Ball hit hard. Meanwhile, 1 out.
Nomar Mazara, who came in the game to pinch hit, stays in the game defensively in right field. Ian Desmond shifts from left to center. Ryan Rua shifts from first to left. And Moreland stays in the game at first.
That's one of the harder hit home runs we've seen this year.
Yeah, he just scalded it. Line drive rocket. And Jackson took a couple of steps and realized it was long gone.
Austin is 1 for 4, and he has hit 2 hang woofums hard. 1 to left and 1 to center. That's off the end of the bat, and he was able to get there. Hung up for him.
Our Xfinity high-speed action is a leadoff triple last inning by Jimmy Rollins. His third of 3 hits. He scored 4 runs. Subs had problems with it in the corner. He is off to the races.
Here's Adam. He's 2 for 4 with a couple of runs scored. Well, we touched on it earlier, Stevie. Can't ease up against the Rangers.
No, you never really feel comfortable. Doesn't matter what kind of lead you have, especially in this ballpark.
The 2-2 pitch. And this ball game is over. You got to be bleeping. They score 1 in the 7th and 7 in the 8th. And for the second night in a row, I guess we're fortunate to be 1-1 in this series because the bullpen really struggled.
Looked like enough offense tonight, but for 2 nights, the bullpen has not gotten a whole lot of people out. You look at one of the heroes, Ryan Rua. Frazier started out with 3 quick runs batted in. 5 walks in the 4th, led to 5 runs, and unfortunately not many add-ons in this ball game tonight. So Texas takes the second game of the series and third final and rubber game tomorrow afternoon.
Latos against Cole Hamels. So 13-17 hits for Texas. 1 error, they left 6 for us. 11 runs, 13 hits, no errors. We left 8. So for my partner Steve Stone, for our director Jim Angio, our producer John Walker, and our associate producer Dave Ross, our technical manager Mark Harper, also the executive producer Jim Corno Jr. This is the Hawk. So long, everybody. Coming up next, Subaru postgame live with Chuck and Bill. You've been watching White Sox baseball on Comcast Sportsnet.